good morning. Testing. Hey, there we go. We're gonna get started. How is everyone today? That's a little odd. I'm getting, let's see. I upgraded the firmware in my microphone. It sounds a little different now. Alright. Well, we'll just keep going. Let's see. Yes, yeah. Okay. Well, let me know if the balance is off or anything, because I might need to adjust it. So I'm gonna. All right, let me check this. Testing 1, 2, 3. It seems a little low. My audio in general is low. All right. See if I can fix that. Good morning, Sarcastic Dante. How are you? How's the audio? Is it too quiet? Seems like it's more quiet than it was before. It's more quiet. That's what I thought. Alright, I'm gonna go to the sound preps here. Input internal, input volume. Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. That seems like it's a little bit better. Mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3. That seems like it's a little bit better. Mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3. That seems like it's a little bit better. Mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3. That seems like it's a little bit better. Hold on. Mic check. It was using the wrong microphone. Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. It was using my laptop microphone. Testing. Okay, here we go again. Microphone. Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, that's quite a bit different now. Well, now that the audio issues are done, we'll get going.
I upgraded the OS, which threw all sorts of things out the window. All my whole stack freaked out. Basically, loopback freaked out. Crisp changed. OBS started listening to the system mic. Just one thing after another. So hopefully we are better. And if it is maxing out, let me know, because on my gauge here it looks like it's getting close. All right. It's probably okay because I'm conscious of how I'm talking right now, so I'm probably probably a little bit louder than I normally am. All right, now close that, close this. Sounds like usual. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Okay, well, first off, how do cows like to do their shopping? From cattle logs. Ta-da. The old cow cattle joke. Yes. That's... Can I tag these? I want to close some buffers. Close this one. Can do some cleanup. So last night I decided that I hated everything again. I felt like I was carrying too much stuff inside of the token type. So token has been changed. Token kind no longer has a lifetime. I upped the prices. I did not up the prices, Tommy. Let me check. Tell a good joke still 100 and tell bad jokes 100. Oh, interesting. Well, that's interesting. I wonder if it was... I do have the auto pricing set on those. Good morning. From the land of spaghetti. Good morning, Xenocron. So I changed token. I took most of the stuff off of it, but I broke everything again. This is going to have an impact on, let's say, display. When we get down to display here, because it no longer has a self.token. So we're going to make a pub function on this, yep, on the impl. Do a string. This needs a self. And then a slice, the text range text. Oh, come on. Come on, brain, wake up. It's a VAT because you're living in Europe. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Was my audio weird yesterday? Was it low? All right. Technically, it's this here. Owned on that. There we go. Or we do like a stir. That would work. Okay. One less. Oh, the audio was fine. Thank you, Carl. Yes, today it was that Crisp decided to listen to my system microphone instead of my headset mic. Man, I love this headset. Been using it forever. Now, token, we have to pass in everything about this. It would be nice to have a utility function to do this. Just to be able to make tests easier. Let's call it measure, token measure. Now in this case, we need to provide a token back, self. Start is going to be 0. End will be x dot length. That's a let. And the display width we will have to set up. I think it's called measure string, measure stir. Oh, I need an equals there. That's it. Now, display width is new. It's preparing for having different implementations of how to measure. So we have our TrueType font parser, which is from the TTF parser crate. There's a different crate that some people might prefer. So we're abstracting this out. And the reason that we're using a Dyn reference here is, well, it's because eventually this will would have ended up inside of an associated trait type, I believe. Let's double check that. Because in this case, we definitely could have used a generic here, right? this would have obviously worked. Now, where are we using this? Let's go to white space here. We would have been using this inside of white space somewhere, which probably would have ended up inside of trait type. Yeah, we can do this here. Does this need to be a trait object? You know, I don't think it does. I think I changed two things at once, and I didn't need to. Character with iterator. This could be generic over M. I want to call this M, not display width. But is there any benefit to using it? I guess it's a double dispatch, right? Do we have that one extra lookup for the pointer? Do we use the V table or not? This could absolutely be like so. Okay, well, let's look. White space iterator, that one would be fine. Tokenize white space. Okay, this might work. Go back to the beginning of the list. We're going to start a token. Token should not need to hold on to one of these display things. We will pass it in. We will also pass the string reference whenever that is needed. As you saw earlier when we did the yes, lifetimes. So measure here. I think this will work. Is that all we're going to need on these? Here, we'll see. I think token's good. Token kind. No more lifetime or generic token. That is the one that ended up being inside of an iterator's trait type. And when I made that generic, everything fell apart because we don't have GATs yet. The generic associated trait types. GATs will be lovely. Okay, I think token is good. Character width, char width. Now this one. See here, char width is an associated trait type. Here's the trait, here's the type. And if char width here had some sort of generic on it, that would be a generic associated trait type, which is not currently supported. You can add lifetimes there, but not types. So char width. We do not need char width to be generic. However, we do need the char width iterator. So we're going to create a char width iterator. All right, this should work. Have the type there. Same here. And these do not need to be trait objects. Now this should be complaining at us. It doesn't know whether or not display width has a measure char function because we have not constrained M to have that. Now it has that because we've constrained the type to be something that implements display width. It has measure stir and measure char. Oh, you know what? Why don't we rename these? Let's call this measure. Make sure everything's saved. Measure. Stir. And char. Oh, I like this naming better. Clippy has a funny bug where it doesn't detect unnecessary clones if you await on an async function. Well, that's interesting. So if you're is this clones between awaits? Like so you have foo.await, and then you have var.clone, and then you do it again. Say baz.await with another clone down here, and we'll pretend those are assigned to some local. I could kind of understand that because awaits could be across threads, right? This one could be in thread 1, this one could be in thread 2. Oh, interesting. Let's take a look. Anywhere in scope, wow. Is this your bug? July 12. Oh, okay. No, that's an old bug. Older bug. Ah, yes. Nice. That's good to keep in mind. rename this one. Instead of display width, we'll say measure. Oh, it didn't. Whoa, what happened there? It didn't catch the rename on these. Alright, we're just going to work through this. I think we've got a good setup. Fix these imports. Unresolved import. It's not in the root. Did that not save every file? Okay, the buffers are saved. Oh, our char width iterator is... It is in a trait type. Alright, so we can't do that. Valiant effort, valiant effort. Okay, let's remove these. We're going to search for comma space M bracket. That's good, that's good. Yep, can't have it on char width iterator. Alright, it'll have to be a trait object. We'll have to just... We'll use that vtable and the vtable lookup until generic associated trait types arrive. Alright, now line is not the highest element here. Let's go into token. Oh, really? And it shouldn't be self.display with this, it should be passed in. Uh-oh. Nope. No. Let's see. Oh, and we have to give it the text as well. Okay, let's fix the tests. Text equals that. It should be borrowed. Oh, expected U32 found stir. Oh, it wants a text first. I don't want to give it the text first. Split at a specific width. There. That's as sure, and we have to give it the text again. I went ahead and did it this way because the two-string, that all that stuff is really to support tests. I didn't think it was adding all that much. In fact, it took a little bit more stack space to record that extra information in each token. So we're just getting these up as we're here. Pull this measure. Good, good. And this one. Alright, that's for text. Token. White space is kind of the next one in the stack. So we're going to go there next. Oh. What's this? Int method toString not found for this. Oh, sure. Yep. So white space. Let's go to white space. As we no longer pass in total width, in the display width, or display width. Wow, there were two display widths in here after that renaming earlier. We want that one. Okay. Display width is really a measure. Let's rename that. Clean up that confusion. Morning, Bosters. What's Rust learning curve like coming from JS? It's a series of cliffs and plateaus. Okay, I think the best thing to do is to kind of find a community that you can ask questions on. There are some great communities out there. Including here, like if you just wanted to ask questions here about Rust, we would be more than happy to answer like helpful questions. Oops, is it /learn? I keep forgetting. Thank you, Sarcastic Dante. They've got this fantastic book. The book's really good. Rustling's course. So reading through the book, looking at the course, some people like to do things by example. Right? They kind of did everything here. There's also other great things. Like once you get into it a little bit, then there's the exorcism.io set of exercises. There's a Rust one on here somewhere in this list. They randomized this. So, oh, here it is, Rust. There's also, if we come back here, the community. They have stuff everywhere. Discord, Zulip. Occasionally I will ask questions on their Discord. Because I wasn't clear about partial equal versus equal the other day. And they're very, very welcoming. So they've kind of got every platform handled. But I think just, getting into one, and if your question doesn't get answered in one, that's okay, right? Toss a question in another one. Rust Discord is pretty good. And I noticed that there's two places in Discord. There's the Rust programming language, is what it is, and then the Rust programming language community. So there's two different ones there. Yeah, and when you run into issues, being able to represent it in like a playground here is very helpful. What do we have here? I have no idea what the last thing I was doing. Compress. Oh, I see. This was a question. Yes. I remember that now. So you can come up with a little program, run it, and be able to reproduce like examples, stuff like that. Even if you're going through the book, you can kind of toss it in here and use Playground if you don't get set up locally. Somebody else is paying for the CPU resources, so if you can do it locally, I'd suggest doing it locally. Yeah, so coming from JavaScript, borrowing is going to be a new idea. Lifetimes, even some like numeric types. Like, why do I have to care what the difference is between a U8 and a U32? Why can't I into from U32 to usize? And that was a question that Mousefix answered on stream. Was it yesterday or the day before? Because on some platforms, usize is actually 16. 16 bytes. Or 16 bits. I said bytes. Oh yeah, and Tokyo and Hyper both have their own Discord. All right, so let's fix up these tests really quick. As stir, we have to give it the text. I mean, really, does this need to be like so, or can we say stir here? I think we can just capture that. Good. Yeah, the same way, fixing the Zika. Let's fix these. All right. Yes, that's 1 and 2. So Lions wants the text again. Do we have the text on the white space word wrap? Oh, actually it's passed in. You don't like being on too many servers? Yeah, I've started to group them, right? These are my dependency groups. These are my language ones, so I've got both of the Rust ones in a group, my Tokyo, Godot, Bevy, Godot Rust in another, Amethyst. So I definitely have them grouped. And then sorted. I'm too much of a programmer. Okay, let's see. Lines also wants text. Here. Alright, so word wrap. We get down to partial token after that. Let's look, what do we have broken here? Yes, we need to know what we need the text. Then we also need the display width. Does the partial token iterator have these elements? I mean, it could. It's either that or it gets passed in on the function. Oh yeah, you can group them. Yes. Makes it so much nicer. And have some water. I think we're going to keep reference to the text here. Oh, but then we'll need the lifetimes, won't we? And partial token iterator will have to know. That's not too bad though. Do we need measure? Yes, we need measure. And then we can pass in this. Is this on self? Oh, it's not on self. That's right, because we're using it in 2 different places and didn't need self. So I moved it out of the impl block. But now we need it in an impl block. Control A, okay, they're in there. With the generic time, impl that. Take a self here. Just a reference to self. Does not need to be an exclusive borrow, just a shared borrow. Go to the end, add another curly brace. There we go. Yes. Shadowing of lifetimes, we get it. why is it complaining here? T is not an iterator. T is not. Ah, it's constrained. Okay. There we go. Now T must be an iterator. Perfect. Self.text and self.measure. We need lifetimes here now. And this is off of self. Self dot. Same here. I think the next one is so close to this, except this one doesn't mutate. This one creates kind of garbage. No, it just creates stuff that you end up throwing away. Which is part of the reason why I took out the vector and the other types, because I wanted that type that's getting thrown away to be much lighter. Oh, nice. Nice, Yika. And where are we passing in self to max width? Let's fix that. Oops. Okay, there's that one. And this one. Uh-oh. Oh, it just needs a lifetime. Okay, so it already had the generic. We just needed a lifetime. I think it's the same lifetime. This. Why does this token kind iterator need a lifetime? Who's implementing this? Or T, or that. I mean, token kind doesn't need a lifetime anymore. So this goes away, which makes this go away, and then we only have the lifetime. Why? Take a peek. Well, now we have it because those two things we added. But it doesn't need to be here. It can actually be on the function itself. Okay, let's see if we can clean that up. That would make these prettier. Wait, how do we keep going down back to this song? We've played this song like multiple times. I thought it had like 4 hours of music here on that channel. Did I thumbs down all the other ones in that 4 hours? Or is it just not YouTube safe? I don't, right? with partial tokens. So these go away. Text and measure. That we can do. Next. That's a dyn measure. This is Rust. Good morning. And I have no idea how to pronounce your name there. Can I just say Rack? Racco? I forgot to give that a name. That's right. Need to add them here too with partial tokens. There. With a comma now. Okay. With partial tokens now needs the measure, which is named poorly. How many tests do we have here? Just 2? Okay, we'll fix them. Alright, sorry, just little quick things there. Now, in this case, let's fix the test. This one's 3 arguments. Text and measure. This one, probably the same thing. Looking at his white space. No, it just wants to measure. Oh, because it has a chart width. Expected 1 argument, found 1, 2, and 3. Oh, no, that doesn't want the text either. Oh, because the chars are the text. That makes sense. And then tokenized white space, just the measure. And then with partial tokens wants the text and the measure. And I'm passing it twice. Oh, good job, Halsey. Good job. This be a reference. I do. It's the same things that we wanna believe, and you know you gotta get it back somehow. Don't you think it's time you find out? All right, that one's fixed. Text and measure. Good. As stir. And we have to pass in the text. Okay, let's see, do we have anything else in that file? No, looks pretty good. Okay, now we're into the hints and stuff. Hints are usually paired up with a warning or an error saying, oh, well, it's here because of that there. So we're going to ignore the hints for now. So we look at white space or line. Let's go to white space because that comes before line in the stack. All right. What's the first error? Partial token iterator. Deleted lifetimes. Is that in the partial tokens? Yes. Okay. And it needs the text one, because the text one will live as long as the other two. Okay. Car width token. Okay. That one already takes the measure. This one takes a measure. Good. And the partial token needs the text and the measure. Oh, it's self-to-measure. Oh, it's called self-to-display width. Oh, gross. Let's change that. I don't like that. You are now called measure. And now it's repeated. Good. Okay, top of the file. First error. So that the types are compatible. What are you talking about? Let's go to the large error. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No. Go back. Go back. Not text. Oh, wrong project. Okay. We'll get back over to TMUX 1 in a bit. Not yet, though. Not yet. This is in support of the game. So, this is all to make the game work. And hopefully people will find this code useful. Okay, I don't see what's wrong there. This one needs the text lifespan, because the text lives for as long as the font one does. Okay. Now I need to go to the terminal or go check, because it's just too dense to see what those errors are up in there. Where are we? Up. Okay, this is where it began. This is in line. And we're going to skip line. Wait, were we in line? No, we were in white space. Okay. Cannot infer appropriate lifetime for automatic coercion due to conflicting requirements. Self-to-measure. Did I use the wrong lifetime there? I did. Ah, shame on me. Okay. Arguably, these could be, instead of FNT, we could rename them to M for measure. Let's do that. I didn't know that you could do this. You could rename lifetimes. That is awesome. Thank you, COC. You're very helpful. Alright, so this file is good. Let's go into line next. We're basically going from like the smallest piece to the more abstract piece. So we went from token, and now we're all the way up to lines. Alright. We have here partial tokens. Method not compatible with the trait. Does not necessarily outlive the lifetime. A, as defined in the method body at 13. Here. Lifetime A is defined. Okay, where's... Should turn my line numbers back on. Oh. Because this takes a lifetime here, and partial tokens doesn't need one. I don't think this is needed. There we go. Line iterator. Okay, it has a lifetime for the text. Alright. Token kind no longer has lifetimes. That's an easy cleanup. What's next? Some of these are unreachable. Token.text doesn't exist anymore, which is why we pass text in now. So is text is online iterator, isn't it? I think we just saw that. Yes. So, oops, too far. Come on, go back to the error. Oh, line, there. Should be self.text. Alright, now we have these pieces. Let's rename display width to measure. Any idea on more channel point rewards? I was wondering about that. One of them that I've been doing for a little bit is collecting the jokes, right? And I'd like to be able to upgrade Capitan to be able to dish out jokes that it's collected, or that I've collected, based on the channel points. It's called that there. Let's rename it. And line one's text. Actually, I don't like the order. Borrow. Yeah, I think I'm going to use this, basically the word wrap, the fonts, etc., for more than just this project. I also think that getting some text drawn on screen, like either portions of the chat, would be good. Using this font renderer, that would be awesome. That's all of them. Holy cow. We're gonna test. Uh-oh. Oh, our documentation failed. Yes, it's not called the same thing. So, the tests worked. The documentation test failed. Let's fix that. That's in lib. Where's our documentation on this? Oh, here. ETF parser just measure. Change that to measure. All right, cargo test. Good. Cargo dock open. Let's look and see if this is gonna work. That's not bad. You basically give it how you want to do the measuring. White space for word wrap. And then we can implement one of these for the other TrueType parser crate. Isn't this one? This is the one we implemented it for. There's another one, free type and STB TrueType. So what is? Oh, the free type license. Huh. Fancy. Wipe my eyes and make my bed, brush my teeth and fix my hair, wash my face and put that smile on. When to be and me becomes so hard. I've walked so many miles with my head at the ground. I forgot the world had clouds. At this point, I think it's useful here, but we didn't make any substantial changes to the API. If we have to make one more change, which is basically the line break. No, is that it? Yeah, there's some pieces in here that we need to clean up because there's one more API chunk that we have to fix. We have to implement before we can release 0.2. Oops, stage that. Commit it. Let's see. Simplified token. Token. Alright. So what I would like to have on here, let's see, it's, oops, not line break. Line break is supposed to be some of the content, some of the logic, pardon me, some of the logic from the line wrap. So if we look in here, we basically are trying to build out these lines, right, with the intent of returning a slice of a string. Now, in the project I'm working on, I don't need that. I need something slightly different. But a lot of this logic in here is going to be shared, and I didn't want to have it duplicated. So I was trying to work on line break, which would return tokens, because some of the, it would inject new tokens, some being a new line. Oh, interesting. We could do, so we can actually do an optional new line here. That could be interesting. Oops. CS. There. Change surround one for the other. So we could do that. And then when we inject new lines into the stream, we don't have to point to any place in particular, which is what we were having trouble with earlier. It does mean that the width here needs to have a little bit more logic to it. It's either 0 or... This was always weird to begin with. What is the width of a new line? and this into token would then need to be optional. Let's see what it looks like. 'Cause I think it's more accurate to represent this as an optional. It's either that or we have to create a token that points to nothing and has no width, which is a little sketchy. And one of the reasons that Rust has option is to avoid cases like that, where, you know, I don't know, just sketchy code. Has a bad smell to it, you know what I mean. Alright, so in this case, match sum. There we go. None. 0. Look at that match statement magic. That is awesome. I like this so much. It actually feels very much like Erlang to me. The pattern matching in Erlang is just awesome. So in this case, if we do have a sum token, that's fine. That's that. And then if we have token kind, new line none, we return none. Actually, this needs to be an optional token. Which means in the cases where we do have something, it's fine, but in new line, okay, we'll split that up. Some token, comma, here. Oops. So if we have one, we have one. If we don't, if we maybe have one, we will just return that. This token is an option anyways. Alright. I saw the 2 here. Like, oh, hey, look, we only have 2 errors. Ah, fooled you. Is that 2 files? No, not even that. Alright. Now we're going to work top to bottom in this again. Go to white space next. Oh yes, now we do have these. That's fine. Just unwrap that. It's in a test. We're gonna have a couple of those. Ester. Alright. Looks like they're all in the test. Tab www1 dot. Oh, I put that on the wrong side. Let's try again. Into token. There. Tab, insert, unwrap, dot. I could have done each one individually in the time that it took me to do that. Alright, and where are we here? We're in white space. This is for the iterator. We're returning a token kind. Get to this state where we might have a new line. And here in white space, we only deal with real new lines. So it's a sum. Okay. Unwrap. Well. That is in a test. Good. Okay, we got white space done. What's next? Partial tokens? Yes, partial tokens is next. Now in this case, what do we want the token for? We're iterating over these tokens. And it's possible that, well, that we don't have one here. So if somebody passes in a token, a partial token, that is a new line, new lines pass through. We just pass those straight through and we don't have to worry about it. Expect, I mean, this should never be hit. Good. I don't know. Let's just add a comment. You know what? I think there's a cleaner way to represent this. We'll match on the token kind. So let token equals match token kind. Here. Okay. Fill in the match arms. There we go. Required. For required and optional, we'll have token, and we will return those tokens. So for either one of those, we return token. Now, new line is different. And in this case, we actually want to return the token kind itself. So in this case, we are going to bind that to new line. So that expression is going to match that. And we will simply return it here. Okay, so the @ sign lets us bind. It actually lets us give this pattern here. Lets us bind that to a variable. All right, new lines pass through, and now we don't have to unwrap or do anything crazy on the token. It's very safe. And then if somebody comes through and they missed our comment, if we had just unwrapped there and they changed this, there would have been a risk that something unexpected could have happened. No field display width on type option. Let's save that again. I think those are on the wrong place, maybe? Ah, okay. So that did fix that section. The rest of the errors are in the test. Perfect. So we've got some as stir. So that's an option now. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, tab. Partial tokens is clear. Now to line. See if we're doing the same thing here. If it's a new line, we break. Can we move this down here? So if our start token is none, and the token kind is optional, which is not new line. New line is separate from optional. So those do not overlay. We can move that down here, and then we can join these two and do the match like we did in the previous file. Extracting token and breaking instead. What was that? Let's be a dirty copy paster. So in this case, we unwrap the token, and in this case, we're going to break. There we go. Now, what was our comment on that? Do we have a comment? No. New lines. Stop the iteration. Okay. I think we're getting pretty close. This probably just has some tests. No? Ah, because token could have been optional in this case. Where are we? Are we just below that? We are. Token is not optional there. This is interesting because technically we created this token here, but none of these should not be new line tokens, because new line tokens would have been injected before. Oh, no, because that just breaks the iteration. Okay, but our start or end token could have been new lines. Yeah, this piece we actually have to be concerned for the optional new line, or the new line that has no substance from the input text. Huh. I guess I'll call them synthetic new lines. Synthetic new lines might be a problem here. Because what if we only had synthetic new lines coming in? They don't actually point to any place in the text. So if the beginning and the end tokens were synthetic new lines, it would point to nowhere. Java is magic. Rust is just hard work. You like Godot, but Rust looks like black magic to you? Morning, Nanoblit. Capitan, yes, it's like that. All right. So our goal for this whole block here, right? We just need to return a line of text. Our first token, if our first token is a new line, what do we do? Now this actually hasn't been covered, has it? Just part of the reason why I wanted to use the other thing in the interim, the line break. Well, let's get this working. Because if we get like multiple synthetic new lines, so that just calls break. A synthetic new line calls break. So if we didn't have a start or a last token, then we return nothing? No, that's not good. So what are we doing in this case? So here, yeah, we would actually stop iteration. That would be a bug. All right, let's add a test. Synthetic new lines. Oh goodness, how do we do this? We'll have to create lines off of tokens. Have I coded myself into a corner? There's partial lines, so we implement lines for every t where t is a partial tokens iterator thing. It's not an iterator. Just kind of fancy. Because what I would like to do is have line break here. If we had line break, that would be easier. All right, test synthetic new lines. Write a, wow, that's not how you spell right. Write a test that has consecutive. Is that how you spell consent? That looks wrong to me. No? Okay, fine. Okay. Or to do. To do will panic too. There we go. Lovely. Nice little reminder. I think it's time to implement line break so that we can get past this. Line break. How do we use line break? What am I calling it? Line width, new line iterator. Ugh. I mean, really, the goal of this thing injects synthetic new lines to the token stream. Okay. And if we go to line, basically we want to do something like this. A little instructor for this. Let's rename this. How about add new lines maybe? Add new lines at. Can we give it the display width? I don't know, maybe. It's kind of a work in progress. All right, and we're going to create this horribly named iterator. Let's see, what does it need? Max width. Okay, so we have that. Oops. Tokens, which should be self. Yeah, token self max width. All right, width remaining in previous token we can provide. Now, does this need a lifetime? It doesn't look like it. Let's get rid of that. Oh. I created new terminal windows. Let me clean that up. Why are we passing in text? We don't need text. Oh. Trying to figure out what the syntax error is. There we go. All right, we have two errors in here. What is it? Yeah, we could constrain that there, or we could add it here. Okay, because why do we constrain this already? We remove that, we shouldn't need to constrain that.
whole place up, and you know,
There we go. So this is add new lines add. This will add synthetic new lines. Let's add this.
This whole place up, and you know, when I'm with you, I am alive.
Okay.
Alive. You make me feel you all the night. The night.
Problem is, this thing might not actually accept synthetic new lines. But we can make that a requirement that this does not accept synthetic new lines. That's a possibility. And that'd be fair. We could put it in the safety block and saying, hey, this will panic if you give it synthetic new lines. However, if we could just deal with it, it'd be fine. Oh, you started today too. Yeah, my buddy started learning Rust. All right. Just a moment, let me reply to somebody. All right. Oh, you want to run before you can crawl? Yeah, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. If you ever watch like an AI trying to learn how to play a video game, it is horrible at the beginning. Morning, Anti. It'll trip you long before you get into real danger. That's a great point. So if we do find a synthetic new line, we could just pass it through. I mean, I guess that would be expected, right? It's a new line, you just return it. Do I have this set up in lib? Lib? Yes. Okay, line and line break. Just making sure it's hooked up. So new lines pass through. And we skip over the optional ones. This should look fairly familiar because it's basically taken from line. This here. So let's kind of do the same thing. Okay, but we have our token width, and if it's a new line, we need to do this stuff. This is new line will not overlap with this. That's just for optional ones. If we're at the beginning of a line. Now, if it's a new line, then we tell ourselves, hey, this is a new line, and we need to return that.
Help me see. I'm blinded by your love. You follow me, but I don't know where to go.
Now in this case we have token.
I see my feelings so true, but I'm not blinded by you.
And it looks like here if it's optional, we set some stuff. I mean, we could move this up. Oh, that's right. Then we have to get into peaking. Because there's a situation where at the end of the line, now you want to peek forward and look at the next characters and look at the next, I guess, tokens in this case. And ensure that when you're looking to fill the end of this line, if you're on an optional token, that the next one's required. Because we strip out optional tokens at the end of lines. The only way to do that is when you're on the end of when you're on an optional, to make sure the next one's not a new line. So if the next one's a new line, or if it doesn't fit, we're done here. I'm wondering, can we... Okay. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Ignore the token width for a moment. Could move this up here and then break these into sections. So if it's optional, so we just want the width out of it. And if we return the token, we can get the width. In this case, it's a property. Okay. I don't know what to do here yet. Let's say to do. Okay, but if it's optional, we need to check. Only return the optional token kind if a required one fits on the line after it. So, let's move that comment up. And we're going to peek. Not find value token width. That's funny.
Pulling up my sheets, feeling underneath. Same thing gives me fright. No better than the beast hiding underneath. It's you.
Oh, it's called display width?
Hiding from the freak, you are next to me.
Fine.
Same thing every week, hiding underneath.
And this should be width remaining. So here, what we're doing is we're checking to see if after taking the optional the optional token's width out of the width remaining, if there is a valid token left. If there isn't, then we cannot keep this optional token. Rather, we don't consume it? No, it's at the end of the line. We just trash it. We get rid of it. That's right. That's right. We just call continue. If dot is none, break. So in this case, we're going to break, saying we're not scanning ahead anymore. We're done looking ahead. I guess the problem is, what if we have a series of optionals? No, they should have been combined into one. This is NeoVim. Good morning, Mr. Velasquez. And we've got some commands available in chat. The one we're looking for is VIM. This is Challenger Deep. Current optional token. All right, we need to do the one up there. That's a display width, but why don't we just say token dot? Well, because this is all not done. Okay, so the token's accepted. We're no longer at the start of the line. That's right, we no longer have as start of line. It is called previous token. I guess we could just call new line. Wait, what is that? That's inside the while. Previous token to replace. So we need to replace that with our previous token. Now, what's the type on that? Is it a token kind? It is. Do we need token kind for this? What's our return type? Oh, we have to give back token kinds. Wait a second. Continue. We're inside of a next. That's supposed to be returning it. Oh, you don't use right shift? Oh, I use it all the time. We get a foot pedal for shift. Right foot for shift, left foot for control or escape if you're a VIM user. Boom, boom. Go with that limb and independence. What are we coding? Today we're actually trying to finish up some word wrap so that we can use it inside of a game that's being made. A little bit of a psychological thriller, but we need really pretty TrueType fonts inside of it. So TrueType fonts are being rendered in 3D space, and Godot didn't do that to the kind of level I wanted. So we're taking TrueType fonts, we're tessellating them, we're putting them into meshes, etc. So I think I was looking at this in still the terms of choosing a line. I need to reread this. Oh, Capitan's my bot. It's Capitan. LSP, yes, we're using COC with COC Rust Analyzer, which then uses Rust Analyzer. So if we come through, we get a token. If we get a token. Let's see. If it's optional and there are no previous ones, or at the beginning of the line, we just loop again. Good. If that's not the case, and we come across a new line, we return that new line. That's straightforward. If it's an optional token, and we can peek ahead. If there is room, well, in this case, we should be creating a synthetic new line if there's no room. So we're going to replace this optional token with synthetic new line, which has none here. I'd have to check on that, Xenocron. I know that they've been making progress on it, but I don't know at what stage they're at. I occasionally watch a streamer that works on that, and I don't remember where they ended up. Yeah, I don't want to have to write Lua to set up my editor. Just don't. For whatever reason, I don't know. The config file is fine. I can copy paste stuff into there and just get going. I don't want to have to program my editor to program, which is weird. Maybe it's kind of the cobbler's kids have no shoes type syndrome. All right. I'm gonna keep the current token. Synthetic, please. There we go. All right, but if it's the other case, if there is room after this one, we can return the token. I'm not managing the state here well, though. Because in this case, we should update the previous token, etc. There's some issues here. What? Oh, yeah, because all of these lines terminate, so you can't actually get to the code down below. That's what it's complaining about. Turbo Dave, if you're not willing to program your editor, then you're not a real programmer. Programmers are lazy. That's why they're programmers. I guess not all programmers are lazy, but I've met a lot of programmers. And a lot of programmers are lazy. He's Jedi. I gotta pour some tea. Just a minute. Anybody have any good puns? This is hot tea. This thermos works really, really well. The office is cold. We're going through a cold spell. It is 56 degrees. All right. Oh, Julia, huh? Very happy with Julia. Just being lazy doesn't make you a programmer, Tommy. Alright, if we're going to return the token, to actually provide the token we're going to return. So in this case, give it that, else this. What? If and else have incompatible types. They both have the same token kind. This should have been token.
Cause we both knew that you were leaving. Go and get your degree. And I stayed in the city. And every time that I hear your name,
What is this? Oh, I have a semicolon at the end of that one.
tell me why can't it be different now?
Oh, gotcha, Tommy, gotcha. That's a great project, Tommy. Yeah, VIM is awesome. I like VIM. All right, if we find a required token, so if it's optional, and at the beginning of the line, we just skip over that token, that's fine. Then, if the token, or at the, not the beginning of the line, and we have an optional token, we check to see if the next token has space, or would fit here. Because if it does, now let's say is some, I'd rather have the positive case here. Split these. For whatever reason, I do prefer to have the positive case before the negative case. Nano for the win. That's hardcore, man. Hardcore. Or Ed. You can use Ed. Ooh, it's at that time of the stream where I burn myself on hot tea. Usually comes after pouring hot tea. Which is the language that most resembles Rust? I think it's more of a marriage between like C++ and Haskell. The one from Windows. Ooh. You know, if you could use Notepad or TextEdit, whatever it is, and you could use it well and code well in it, kudos. That'd be great. All right, and these sums don't need to be there because we're returning a token each time. So we swap this one out for one or the other. And this. Oops. One too many. Mismatch types. Oh, it is already, that is already optional. Okay. So we're going through and we get a new line, we reset because we have a new line, and we pass back the new line token. Now, what we will return Oh, I see. We need the token kind out here. Let result token, that's going to be mutable. Going to be equal to none first. And then if we have one, we will replace it. That and the previous token. How do we deal with previous token? We end up replacing the previous token. Oh, we don't need this result token. We can just use previous token. And then we take the display width off of it before it goes into there. Alright, so we subtract the remaining space, replace the previous token. And then break? We always break here, don't we? We're inside the while loop, so we can continue in this case. It's required. What do we do? Okay, worry about that in a moment. Token kind is cheap now, so we could clone that or copy it. What do we need to know about the previous token? Can it just be previous token kind? Like literally the kind? Oh, hey, I missed some chat. Oh, look. You're going to spend the rest of the evening looking into VIM's language server client? Well, let me know if that works out well. I would like to switch to it. I don't want to lose like the hints out here on the right and all that stuff. Oh. You're doing the same thing, Mr. Veliscus. You've only translated LSP and Telescope? Oh, I see.
I won't let you down, 'cause you know me through and through. When you were around, I see the stars come out for you. If we gon' set this fire, we gonna do it right.
All right.
We keep it burning higher. We're gonna light this whole place up. And you know, when I'm with you, I am alive, alive. You make me feel you are the night.
And we hardly ever use the token kind. The previous token. Kind. And in this case, we could return the token. Otherwise, if there are no more tokens left, I say, hey, there's a new line, and we return none. So we should... Yeah, if this while isn't there, then we're done. We don't even need that. It's the end of the stream. There we go. So some kind. Now this doesn't take care of everything. And we have our to-do here. So if it's a required token and it fits within the space, oh, no, no, no. What does tokens return if there is no space remaining? Partial tokens. Okay, what do you return? Oh, where's your documentation? Who wrote you? This needs some docs. Process partial. Here. How do we know when it's done? When it returns none?
Day one, here am on my own without you, wishing that didn't go. Day two, same again, comes and goes, breaks my heart. No,
Because we return a token kind, well, an optional token kind. So
didn't wanna go. 'Cause out here, I'm all alone. Didn't wanna go. I wanna turn back the time, let you know.
we give it the space remaining, and if it's not able to fill that, it should return a none. So how do we know when it's done? How did the other one know when it was done? Because this was working. Tokens next, blah blah blah. Well, it's what was the terminating condition here? Okay, here we would skip the optional tokens at the beginning of the line. New line, stop the iteration. When do we return none? If the start and the end tokens are both none, so if we really just get... Oh, I see. Mathematicians love it. I don't know. That what other languages are one based? Is Fortran one based? No, Pascal. Is it Pascal? I think it might be Pascal. I have to admit, the Starlink is holding up pretty well today. Better than nothing beta. This has definitely been much better than nothing. I think some of that's where you are. So obviously the conditions are going to be different everywhere. Let me check. I want to see Thank you, Xenocron, for that. In the last 12 hours, only had beta downtime for 9 minutes, and I've had no time due to no satellites. No downtime due to no sats. Yeah, sat internet. Yes. Let's see. If I try to ping Google right now, 25 milliseconds, 57, 47, 42, 24 milliseconds, 45. It bounces around a little bit. Oh, you got it to run. Well done. Well done, Tommy. Okay, so it looks like if we have 2 nuns in a row. So we don't have a start token, we don't have an end token. You are able to launch the stream through your Rust program. Nice. This is kind of wonky logic, right? I see how it works. Basically, if you get into a situation where you ask it for 2 lines in a row, provide me with something, and it can't, it's the only condition that this would say, hey, I don't have anything, as if there was nothing left. Because if the next line was clear, you provided max width, it can't provide you anything that fits inside the max width. It would try to provide you something. Because if the tokens are larger than the max width, it will split them up. Oh, CDN support on satellite? Wow, that'd be interesting. That's a crazy idea. Satellite CDNs. I mean, the storage you'd need. I mean, you'd have to pay top dollar for that. I mean, what's more likely is that... Let's go to satellite map. What's more likely, I think, is if they had... here's all the Starlink satellites. We zoom into the US. You can see that there are these white dots and yellow dots. And the yellow dots are gateways. And that's where the satellites terminate their connections. And so I can imagine you could put CDN stuff at the gateways. And that would be as close as you could get. Because it's not like you're going to launch filers into space. But having gateways be the CDN, I mean, that'd be awesome. But yeah, there's our planet. Oh, look, you can see the launch train. That little line over there. It must have been one of the previous launches. If we zoom in close enough, we'll see what the numbers are for their launch. 17. And they are currently cruising at almost 400 kilometers above the Earth. Reference, clouds sit below 20 kilometers. So those are way up there. I think the highest clouds are like 18 kilometers up. Just looking this up the other day. Oh, and look, they almost have their polar train going north-south. They had a set of satellites that were going to go over the polar region. I don't know why, or if they're targeting to provide internet to specific places down here. That could be. but there are no gateways down here, so those satellites have to be special. Whatever. One Netflix takes up 4U of server space. Yeah, and you could toss those at each one of those, you know, uplink places. All right, let's get back to it. So if we get So if we ask it for width remaining, and the width remaining happens to be the same as max width. So if we get to the end, and there is no previous token kind, and the width remaining is the same as the max width, then we return none. If self dot previous token kind dot is none, so if there was no previous one, and oh, you know what? Let's make a function for this. Where is it? I got lost in the code. Okay, there's our iterator. There's debug. Here's our self-impl. Pub function. I don't know, it's not really pub. This one shouldn't be public either. Is finished. I'll take a self and return a boolean. If now we'll just say self that is, I don't know, previous token kind dot is none, and self dot width remaining. Don't do that. Is equal to self dot max width. Okay, let's add a good comment on here. Token stream is exhausted when partial tokens returns none. It is then max width. That's enough for now. Okay. So in this case, we return something. Huh. Netflixes. Oh yes, yes. All right. So if this does return none, we return new line. Return new line. If self dot is finished, we return none. Otherwise, we return new line. Some. Oh, but this is a synthetic new line, token kind. New line with none in it. Because it doesn't point to any text. What just happened? Did I hit like a page up or something? Typing with gloves can do that. Okay. I wonder if this would always provide a new line then. Ah, okay. No, that should work. All right, let's look through this again. Next is new line, return it and reset. Right now, one Netflix is approximately 288 terabytes. Wow. And that's a for you? It's not bad. It's really good. What kind of drives are they putting? Like 12 terabyte drives, 16 terabyte drives? It's 18 drives if you're doing 16s. All right. I think we've taken care of this part with the optional. Oh. If it's new line, return it and reset. Yep, reset and return it. Okay. If no previous and next, it's optional, skip it. We did that. That's here. If next is optional, check if peak fits. If not, return the new line. That's what we did here. All right. Otherwise, we take tokens until there is no more space left. This might work. Okay, let's write some tests. Oh, missing field. Previous token kind. Now, partial tokens here. This shouldn't be partial tokens anymore. This should be whatever the line break was. What did we call it? This horrible, horrible thing. New width, new line iterator. Oh. There's got to be a better name for this. Line break iterator would be better. Line. Adds line breaks. Okay, what does that take? Does that take a T? It does. Oh, but what kind of T does that take? The tokens. We're gonna need a U here. Oh, you know what? Okay, we can get that here. It did actually needs to be this. Oh, expected a trait. Oh, that's right, that's right. This is add new lines trait. What's it complaining about? The type parameter U is not constrained by the impl. Yes, that's right. Okay. What about line iterator? Does it need it? No. I mean, obviously it needs something. Where T is that. Oh, hold on. Where T is iterator of item equals token kind.
I'll let you down, 'cause you know me through and through. When you were around,
That's right.
I see the stars
Because
fall for you.
line break implements that iterator here. And that's really what we want.
We keep it burning higher. We're gonna light this whole place up, and you know when I'm with you,
That works. Okay.
alive. You make me feel you all the night, tonight.
Does that mean we can get rid of the A here?
You're giving me hope, and it's everything.
Okay, line, white space. What's wrong in white space?
I don't wanna go
Oh, because of the tests, right?
honestly. If we gon' set this fire, we gonna do it right. Yeah. We keep it burning higher.
Add new lines add.
Light this whole place up.
Delta max width.
When I'm with you, I am alive, alive. You make me feel you all the night.
That's right. Now this gets a little bit more interesting. And our add new lines creates a line break iterator. Okay, that's fine. Same thing here.
Before the sun goes down. When I'm with you, I am alive, alive. You make me feel you all the night, tonight.
What?
You make me shine, shine. You make me feel
Alright.
you all the night, tonight.
Good, now we're just into line. Okay, and this does mean that line has to change a bit. Because now line doesn't have to deal with stripping things out from the beginning. It just needs to be concerned with where the new lines in the stream are. Oh, quick update. Oh, goody. They're 2Us now. All right, so Netflix size has changed. It's now a 2U. What Netflix? And NVIM's LSP client seems a lot more usable. The problem that interop between Vim script and Lua is... Oh, Vim script and Lua is one way. So if you want a set of keybinds for languages that you have language server for, you have to do the good old Vim script in a string thing. Oh, I see. Interesting. So we don't need to track width remaining. So that's what that other thing's doing now. We're next to last. That goes away, but we do need our start and our last token. Okay. We do not even need to know max width. We just need those two. Okay, let's bubble this out. Okay. So while we have tokens, no longer have to skip them at the beginning of the thing. All right. If it's a new line, then we stop. No longer tracking width remaining. So really we just want to know what our end token is. Our end token will happen be our last token. Where's that currently getting updated? Here. So if the start token is... Yes, we have a start token. We'll replace it. Otherwise, our end token gets replaced. And we do not need the next to last token anymore. That goes away. We just need to know when to stop taking tokens. We'll stop taking tokens when we get a new line, synthetic or not. So if, yeah, it's just a break, which we could do with if token kind is new line.
Always wanted this kind of outro. Wishing I could go back and tell everything I now know to a younger me.
And we don't have to swap these.
Filled up with anxiety to overcome what's underneath and let him know he onto something, but he got some problems coming. You'll feel like you need a lot, but you'll act like you're wanting nothing. It's like you're paralyzed, can't move because you're terrified. Mind inside of
Let's simplify that.
You don't even dare to try. So you just lay at night, wide awake with grandeurs of a way of life.
Now we just ask for next. Yes, we want the next one.
It's kind of like your place to hide. So instead, you'll do everything they say to do. You'll get a corporate job and make 100K out of
Don't need to do that anymore.
You'll still be working at it with your far from perfect habits. I wish that I could tell you that everything will be fine.
End token. That got translated from last token, didn't it? Yeah.
And honestly, I'd be in LA by now. Instead, I'm wasting all my time like I've got nothing to prove. Sit alone and ruin my day just for something to do. And it's been the same for years without an evolution. Claim to be the next to do it without ever executing. I got a mixture of excuses and a list of resolutions. And
Why are we
anything unless I've been
tracking these as...
Time doesn't wait, so I'm just missing moments. I'm getting older without getting any closer. Every week I board another flight that takes me farther from my goals.
Here's a start and the last. Oh, we're mapping them into tokens themselves. Got it. Okay, so we're stripping out the outer layer.
I'm set on autopilot, and just to pay the price, so I can pay the rent and either pay attention or feel this pain again.
And this is where we were about an hour ago when we thought, oh, you know what are we going to do with those synthetic new lines?
Hopefully I really have a soulmate, so at least I'll have a body beside mine to be rotting with me. My mind has been making all these obstacles.
Yeah, what if we end up with just a whole stream of synthetic ones? Then we just have to provide a reference to stir. I mean, it could be zero length reference.
Shards and broken screens. I couldn't keep blaming life for problems, cause I know it's me. The root of all these issues is the lack of all my actions. Tired of feeling like I'm
as long as these are synthetic new lines.
And as the tears flow, I had a moment of clarity, feeling like I'm finally hearing all the things I would say to me, like I'm begging you to cut the acts and the annex. It isn't any kind of magic.
We have a couple situations where
it's just maximum actions.
Let's write them down. Where the first synthetic new line, the first one, the start token.
The block is mine like I'm owning Ethereum. I know you can hear me, but it's slow and I'm fearing you gon' end up like another fucking old bit of sneering man. Just walk around with absolutely no need for air and lungs. In Old Testament, back to times when Noah would pair him up. So please just for a minute put
So this is one case. And what do we do in this case? In this case, we should return basically text 0.0, something like that. Like, hey, this is going to nowhere. You have no content here. The other case is that we end up with start token is something. Token is synthetic new line. So if this is the case, then we do not want to update the last token. So if we, do not update token with synthetic SNL. Synthetic new line. Break. Okay. I like writing those things out because now we can actually see it. So if it's a new line here, synthetic or not, we break. Which is what it looks like will happen. So we don't update last token. And if it's a first token, then the first token isn't updated either. So what currently happens if we have multiple new lines in a row? I don't think we tested this. Consecutive new lines. Okay, there's one. And then let's say this one is starting new lines. Okay, just tossing some tests on there so we remember to come back and fix that. So if this is the case, and we started with a new line, then our start token is nothing, and our last token is nothing, but that should not be the end of the stream. I say that we replace the start token and then break. Then we could handle that kind of special case it, saying, okay, if the first one is we don't care what the content is on that. So we want to handle both cases where it's synthetic and not. Alright, so if we have the token kind there and there, we will return some self.text. And we do that. What does that even return? Does that return the first character or nothing? Is it an empty? What is this saying? Expected option token. Found item. No. Oh, these are option to option tokens. Oh, I see. Latin. We just want options to tokens. Oh, but what does that do in the case of a synthetic new line? It would be a none. Synthetic new lines are nuns. Okay, let's just not map them. We have a start token, and we have an end token. Oops, tokena. Token. What are these? These are options to token kinds. That's exactly what we were trying to do too much. Okay. So this, I want to test. Playground. Print line. Text 0.0. Run it. Oh, I did forget that. Thank you. Center. Okay, so we have no output. Did a couple markers there. Should be completely empty, right? Yes, perfect. Okay, we can use that. That's perfect. Now, in the other case where something is a new line, I don't think we ever want to replace the last token with a new line, because it might be synthetic, and we wouldn't have the position information. Else, if token kind dot new line, we want the inverted.
Like a single flame, maybe like the way we don't
Because it does not, it doesn't have what? It doesn't have
complicated. Promises keep breaking, and I hate that you are all I need. And I'm stuck in between what I know and what I feel. Why are we so unsteady, baby? Tell me, and you see right through me, but you still know what I need. Why are we so unsteady? Tell me. Why are we so unsteady? Tell me.
All right. What are we missing here? That seems okay. That means if the start is a new line, we'll give it empty. Otherwise, we get two nuns in a row. Why would that happen? How could we make that happen? If the start and the end were both none.
Thought I better.
That would mean we didn't make it in here at all. So we're always replacing start token now.
You're all I need. But it's complicated.
All right, none sum is technically unreachable
And it's more
because you always have to have the first one, or you can fill the second one.
than I'm stuck in
Reachable because the first must be filled before the second.
so unsteady,
Let's say the start uh,
and you see right
last.
through me, but you still know what I need. Why are we so unsteady? Tell me.
And if we had a token at the beginning, it could be any other token, couldn't it? Because this would be anything other than new line. And then we should be able to use the start and the end on the token.
So complicated,
Let's be explicit here.
and I hate that you are all I need.
Token kind.
And I'm stuck in between what I know.
Actually, required is the only one that's going to end up there. Because technically the first one should never be optional.
Baby, tell me, and you see right through me, but you still know what I
And we could turn that into an unreachable, technically.
unsteady. Tell me.
Well, what if somebody did put this on something where they skipped a layer and wanted those optional tokens first? Let's not limit that. Let's put that ahead of there. Say it's an or. So if you have optional or required token alone at the beginning, you get that text. Fine. And now if you have either one, optional and required, for the others, then we can get the start and end. Okay. That's like 4 of these? I don't want to do 4 of these. Let's just do it. All right, so if we have optional, optional. Right, okay, missing 1. There we go. Start token. Yeah. All right, here's our 4 different variants of this. Optional, optional, required, required. And we'll have optional, required, and then required, optional. All right. Missing match arms. Which ones are we missing? We have none covered. So if the first one is none, the second one is some or none. So we covered that. In the only one token case, we have none as the second case on all of those. Then we have new line, optional, and required. That's all the cases there. And on here we have optional, optional, required, required, optional, required, and required, optional. That's it. No, we didn't deal with new line. New line should be unreachable. New line, new line. And new line with any variant. So anything that begins with a new line that has something else should be unreachable. Or the opposite, if it ends with a new line. Let's move this onto the next line. Paste that. Will a comma flip work here? Oh, it did. Gorgeous. Is it just the second case that we have to take care of? Oh. It's not saying that the cases overlap. Alright, so where to go from there? Oh, It's because I'm missing something. Let's go to white space first. With chart width. It does want measure. Oh, it's one of these. Which one? The lines? It just wants the text now. There we go. And back to line. And our tests. Fantastic. All right. Oh, wow. Okay, so that compiled. Cargo build. Let's just, I want to see it. This way. Wow. Let's check. What is this? Kind is unused in this case. It is. Those are our notes. Let's get rid of kind. Token's unused in this case. That's true. Wait, no, we have a to-do there. Why do we have a to-do there? Well, that's going to be a problem. Alright, so if it's required, we want to return that token. It's, token required. And just pass it through. Oh, token kind. Yes. Because then it'll come down here. We'll replace the previous one, which is fine for required tokens. Is self.measure used? Wise space word wrap? It should. We don't use it at all. That doesn't seem right. Regardless, this should not be display width. I had to. Okay. And where's that used? Rust would have complained at us if it wasn't used.
What am I doing here? I'm longing for you, dear.
Yeah. Cargo test. Here it comes. Dun dun dun. Synthetic new lines, fine. Consecutive new lines, starting new lines, too narrow, and... Oh, well, some of these were purposefully broken. And something's still running. I wonder what that is. Alright, well, something is failing to stop. Is that our documentation? How many failed? 1, 2, 3. Well, how many finished? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so yeah, there's just one outstanding. It'll die after a minute. So all of the failed tests are inside of line. That's not good. Oh, the Nomicon test has been... Oh, interesting. Well, that's a fairly straightforward test. Alright, let's fix these first. Let's go into line, synthetic new lines. Thank you, I guess. Okay, what other one failed? With new lines. So in this case, we should have... The first one should have been just a new line, followed by 1, 2, 3, 4. So empty, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Nothing else. Assert lines.next is none. Failed. Only is none. Okay. 4.
I need a scarecrow after what you did, 'cause all of the birds know.
Is he giving us one more of these?
I'm barely breathing. I'm barely awake. You left me
Huh.
in pieces. There's no more to play.
Oh, does it provide these forever?
Wake me up, not in this century.
If we just toss a bunch of them on there just to test the hypothesis.
'Cause you're just a ghost inside.
Yeah, okay, so it just goes forever. Well, there's a problem. Okay, starting new lines.
Inside my head.
So if we go through, we end up getting new line after new line after new line. Why are we getting new lines? Because we're calling next. Next is providing us with a new line. It's not terminating. Okay, so it's not really a problem with this code, hopefully. More with line break. Line break doesn't have any tests yet.
'Cause you were the devil. You mess with my head. You lied to my mother. You lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there.
Okay, so this keeps returning none.
This never ends.
Test module, test.
Wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up.
Every test that I want to do here is going to be covered by the other tests. Is there something specific? Maybe a specific case I can test. Yeah, let's do the grab this. Back to line break. Wrong thing. Test module. Okay. Toss that in there. Get rid of those two. Make sure that it terminates. Oh, this is an interesting case all on its own. If you were breaking this into lines, you would expect to get that back and then nothing else. Import that, import, import, import. What else? Each one of these? Yes. Save, go to the next line. Import it, save, next line. Okay. Let's test that one. Oh, no. It's too far, too far. Because we don't want lines on it. We don't want lines. Get rid of lines. We want tokens. Tokens not next. This here. Yes, because if we think about this in terms of tokens, there is nothing left. It should have returned none. There are no characters. I almost expect this. Oops. Wrong window. That should terminate. Oh, it does terminate? Oh. Okay. All right. Now, that terminated. That's not what I expected. If we come back here, all right, let's take that. Starting new line. Now this should fail this test. Good, good. We will assert that tokens.next. Oh, hold on. Matches. Tokens.next. This is going to be a something. It's going to be a sum token kind and new line that has a sum inside of it. This is not a synthetic new line. Then we should get 1, 2, 3, 4. And should we really use that here? I'm actually going to snag. So this will be a token kind. Into token. About to unwrap. Okay. Morning, JB. JBJ War. Is it IDE lowercase? Well, got some commands here. I think it's editor. Let's look. Yes, it's editor. Editor. Okay. This is none. Okay, so when it gets to the end of a string, it's not ending. We should probably test a synthetic new line as well. Oh. I am using NeoVim with COC and Rust Analyzer. Okay. So in this case, why is this one failing? We get to the end of the text, and we're not getting a none back. Is finished is not being met. Why is that? Because there's because we got a none back. Got a none back and didn't reset. Yes, that's it. We have to actually reset. Maybe I can't use the while at sum in this case. Because I need to know when it is a none. Instead of just breaking or returning out of this. In this case we return a sum. We actually return from the function here. We don't come down here. Okay, in this case I think it's okay to reset the line. We reset the line. There are no more tokens. But then that will force isFinish to always be none. To always be true. Wait, did I overthink the end case here? I don't think so. So if we get a none back from it, we need to get 2 nuns in a row. Because 1 would have been at the Alright, actually we need to reset this here. That's it. Because we found a new line. Then the next time it comes through, it'll hit that case. Ooh, that's a little sketchy. Run that last test again. Failed. Token is none. I'm guessing we're getting 1 last new line. Here. Now, is it a synthetic? It is a synthetic new line. That's a good question. Is this technically a new line? Did we add a new line there? Does that actually fix it? Does that fix? Okay, so that fixes the test. We're getting 1 extra new line at the end. Because we're doing this because we have to come through this function. This function has to be called twice to know that we're done. So we're returning 1 thing. I guess we could peek again and see if the next one's a new line or none. We have to give it the width though. So if this is nothing, then we're really done. Yeah, we can probably get rid of that. Come on, peek. Oh, you know what? Let's just... And we can match on this. We do some stuff. Let's do the match. I like the match better. Let's fill in the arms. So if we get something back, then we will return the new line. Because we're not done yet. Otherwise, we return the none. And we've finished. What was that comment? Return to... There. Best again. Ah, good, good. Line 169 now. 169. Enter. Yes. Now we don't receive that. On again.
I miss the train, sitting
1 hour in, and this thing is barely working.
trying to smile, but it's hard to fake. Living every single day in the rain, in the rain.
Alright, is finished can go away.
Like a ray of light shining from a
I guess arguably that we could have extracted that out to a function. This here. But then it would have been a true or false. It would be a little bit more descriptive. Right. Let's run all the tests. Oh good. 15 passed, 4 failed. Oops. Control/Control-N. Oh, interesting. Why did the Nomicon fail? How is this different? It behaves more like a VIM plugin should. Does it have the tie pins? Do the windows hang around when they shouldn't? And you qualified this for a Rust TypeScript. When would it not be fine? Let's go to lib. What changed here? Alright, I'm back. Go test. I'm just gonna copy this out and let Git do all the hard work for me. Copy. If you're doing view, God only knows how it's gonna behave. Alright, where's the difference? Come on, Git. Git's telling me there's no change. Oh, hold on. Did I read that wrong? I did. I copied the wrong side. Oh, it did split it in a different place. Oh, I wonder... Oh, this will be interesting. Why? Okay. Ah, we have spaces at the beginning, white spaces. Look at that. That'll do it. That and why... Caverns are not for the... Huh? So the ended up fitting on that line. I wonder if that's correct. What is the width of this? Do I have tests for this? No. This for token. Caverns. Oh, you know, is that in display width? Is that where I have those tests? Yes, okay. I was putting the test in the wrong spot. This one is really just checking the width of the that text. Just want to make sure that the other test is correct by measuring this. Okay, so this one, test nearest. It should fail, but it should tell me what it thinks the width of this is. That's incorrect. It's doing exactly what I told it to, didn't it? Chars. Stir. Okay, it says it's 20,000. I have a feeling that our line break is incorrect then. Because if we come back to lib, we were telling it to wrap at 20,000. So it's including something that it shouldn't. Okay, this is the correct text. Which means it's including one element too many. Not in partial. Is it a problem with line break?
Maybe you were wrong for the first time. And maybe I was looking for a lifeline.
Because this one works now. Okay. I get that the lib fails. Okay, let's fix up the other ones and we'll fix up Nomicon. Consecutive new lines. It's in here, isn't it? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And a token in the middle should match a new line. Or we just ask it, are you a new line?
This was all just in my mind. Rise and fall and start again.
That gives us a token. What do we have here? Lines is an iterator of things. Dot. Oh, I'm doing this at the wrong level. Alright, well at this level, what would we expect? We would expect that we have nothing. It's just an empty string. Great. Now, synthetic new lines. Now, in this case, we should have received 2. Well, this isn't really a synthetic new line test, is it? Oh, that's consecutive new line test. Consecutive new lines. Panicked at... What line is that? Is it 171? What's the problem? The right was 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it grouping the new lines? Hey, Boomer Sick. Yes, this crate will end up being used by Godot. Well, by Godot, the game I'm making. So, this is a TrueType font word wrapping crate that we are using for our text in the game. The white space. Do I have any that deal in consecutive new lines? I think we have a bug here. /r/n/n/r/n/n. You get 4 new lines, which would end up looking like that, comma, comma. Guess we could just skip this here and just know that it's whatever. We'll keep it like that. 4 new lines. Currently learning Blender and got a course on Udemy on sale for like $20. Oh, awesome! Which one? Which one, by the way? I went through one that was really good, and I think I paid about the same for it. Let's give this a test. I feel like this is going to fail. Huh. Yeah, see how we only have one element here? That should be broken into many elements. Okay. And technically this should be /r/n/n/r. Oops. Like so. But for whatever reason, when we look through here, our next item, if it's new line, see here, we only break if it changes state, not also if it's new line. So if let's look what's happening here. We're supposed to return an item, and the item's a token kind, which makes sense. Oh, that one. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look real quick. This is exactly the same one I did. I liked it. It's really good. Alright, so we have our token kinds. Get the mode for the next span. So we look to say, okay. Now we only want to do this once for a new line. Increment the end of the span. Okay. If state is new line. What is state, by the way? Okay. State. So we just have three things, okay. We only want to do one new line at a time. So we're going to break after we've captured at least one new line. Let's run the last test again. Okay. Yes. The /r/n kerfluffle.
First time met you, I hope you stay in town. Pretty hair, pretty
So we have widths here. Because yes, we want to be able to handle /r/n. It's kind of like we need to look to see if this is new line. So if state is new line and we only want to do this if the current character is /n and charwidth.ch.
Makes the sun want to run and hide. I can't believe my find. The impossible is possible in my dreams, and in my dreams you're mine. I look up at the stars at night, think of you, and wonder where do I? Is it wrong? Is it right to think I could?
We do not.
You're the moon in the sky, baby. Baby, I'll run, 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 run. Baby, I'll run, 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 run after you. Baby, I'll run, 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 run.
Every try lumberyard is awful.
Baby, I'll run, run,
What?
run, run
I don't get it.
after you. Through time, through space, my love
I've never heard of lumberyard.
baby, I will
I mean, like lumber yards where you go and pick up lumber.
two
But
worlds apart. How can I get to know you, babe? Why is this space so far?
okay, so that test passed.
Though yours seems many miles apart.
Cargo test.
Baby, you've got mine.
Synthetic new lines with new lines.
Baby, I'll run, 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 run. Baby, I'll run, 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 run after you. Baby, I'll run, run, run.
Consecutive new lines work. Okay, and this one,
Baby, I'll run, 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 run.
synthetic new line. This one needs to be done elsewhere. That one should be done in line break.
Baby, I'll run, run, run.
And are we already testing whether or not things are synthetic? No.
Baby, I'll run, run,
No.
run, run, run after you.
Capture this setup. Because a synthetic new line, basically, to get one of those, you need some text that is wider than your maximum width. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. That should be more than 5,000 here. If we said, okay, Synthetic new line split. We'll just do both. So in this case, we should get some text first. So we should get 1, 2, 3, 4 first, followed by a synthetic new line.
Down on the ground is where we started our journey. Left to be crowned.
All right, and then, well, or let's adjust the width later. We'll split this in half. 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. Test nearest. Okay, so it needs to be a little wider. Let's go at 6,000. All right, so that works. I think this kind of leads from the partial tokens tests. Yeah, because at where these partial tokens end up splitting it, certain places would end up with, okay, whatever. Cargo test, should be down to 2 with new lines. Oh. Wrong file. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wrong one. Test nearest. 7, 8, 9 is 0, 0. Oh, interesting. So the first two were okay, but then the third one wasn't? Oh, Lumberyard engine is Amazon's engine. Oh, got it, got it. Well, if you have feedback, I think I know somebody on the team. Okay. Why would this fail? Does this fail one level in? We got a line break. Go to tokens. Actually, gonna grab the match. So the first one we're expecting is 1, 2, 3. Great. The second one we're expecting to be a new line, but it's not synthetic. Okay. So we get that token, we get that token. 4, 5, 6. We'll have another non-synthetic token, followed by another one of these, which is the remainder. 7890. 7890. There we go.
So when it's time to turn the page and nothing's left except your name,
215 failed.
you say it's gonna be a good day.
What?
Time you open up your eyes and you see that there's a light, a reason we're alive. Blessed are those who love
Okay.
love. When diamond hearts and
So after this new line, we are failing here. Why? That is such a weird place to end up. I mean, is it the next? That's which one of these? Expect there should be a token. Token unwrap. All right, 2 different messages. We can see which one it's failing on. You're gonna stick with COC a little while longer? Expect. Token should exist. All right. So what is the token kind? I mean, it must. The only case where into token returns none is if it's a new line, but not just any new line. If it's a synthetic new line. So it's returning a synthetic new two in a row. This one and that one. All right, we're gonna go into white space. I'm gonna test this here too. This is just bizarre. Next new line. Well, what do we call the other one? This is with new lines. All right. All right, where's our text? We're gonna take that, put that here. And I gotta get going, actually. I'm over time. So, I'm gonna run this test, see if it fails in here. 2, 3, 4. This should technically have a /n. 4, 5, 6. /r/n. 7, 8, 9, 0. Okay. In which case we will not. We'll have required new line. Required new line. Required. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of them. Oh, did that not have? Doesn't have test. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Did I? What? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, goodness. Okay. Well, it looks like the tokenizer is working correctly. It's the next piece isn't, which is fine. All right, I gotta get going though. So let's call it So here, the tokenizer, this one, the white space tokenizer, correctly separates these, right, into 1, 2, 3 / n. So that's fine. This should be one token. But if we go into the line break for the same test has 2 new lines here, where the tokenizer is only returning 1. It's actually returning a synthetic one and then the regular one. So, all right, who shall we raid today? Let's see. We got Classy Cat. That's an option. A lot of. Let's see. Rust. Who's doing Rust? All right. Oh, that's a Rusty Dalek. All right, we're gonna raid Classy Cat. All right, y'all. And thank you for hanging out. Nice of you to stop by. I enjoy the company. I really do. Until next time, y'all. Bye-bye.